Alrighty. Okay. reset attack. Hmm. see if it trigger. It should be set to trigger it actually. Hello, Nightwolf. How's it going? I'm letting some of my little haters go out. Switching up the hair today, just a little bit. I'm also modding my actions here, so... Because I think the problem was that when I was playing around with the trigger, something was pretty much... I think something's going on with itself over here. It look like Liu Kang. Ah, yes, the chosen one. Now, I do have... I think I have a black headband, but I don't have a red one. The things on breast. Okay, interesting. So that's the trigger. The third after processing 1 of 6. Let's see. I'm gonna do release to see what happens. Let's play. Ah, I see. So this can work as a release. And then, let's see. This R2, both 2 are press. Okay. Alright, let's see if anything changes now. Pretty much most of the things we're gonna do is pretty much on real stuff today. Okay, but it does rewind back over there, so it doesn't glitch out actually, so that's good. I did think I solved that one. I think the only thing if it gets completed should attempt to reset that. Combo. No, it just completely just boots it. So this one would be the way after all. And if it's still ongoing... Let's see. Maybe I can change things up a bit. And then... Actually, still being called. Interesting. I'm gonna knock. So we're set. We're actually gonna put this in here. So stop interfering. Collision test over here. How's 4th of July been? Did you do anything fun? Oh yeah, for sure. I did went down to the um like the River. I went last year with there was a lot of people, more people this time, and I did went to like where all the the gathering where everyone shoots up like fireworks and stuff. It was a lot. But usually in Georgia, a lot of people just like buy like giant, big fireworks anyhow. So no matter where you go, even the official place, you still see like massive fireworks everywhere. But they do tend to create fog in Savannah, like a little fog in Savannah. But it's not as bad as it used to be. But I would say 3 years ago, if let's say a week before July, people will be shooting up fireworks, and then they'll keep shooting fireworks until the probably the midway through August. But in the month of 2 weeks of even on a few days of after July 4th, you kind of still see like a weird atmospheric fog, like it looks like everything's like foggy, like it's like but pretty much smoke. But it's not that bad this year since they actually put more regulations in place in Savannah, Georgia this time. Because I think now they're requiring people to have a license to shoot fireworks now. And because I know in Pittsburgh they did had regulations already. It's just when I was here in 2020. There was no regulations and license or anything to have fireworks, so people would just like get them and just shoot them anytime. So thank goodness it's not as bad as like a few years ago was. So I think I finally got this actually working properly. Because you still have the middle input over here, it would make sense now. That's good. A lot of injuries happen every year. Oh yeah, for sure. And small set player movements. Test. I think the only thing I need to test here to see what else it works. If I was in the middle of attack here, could I release it like that? No. That's the only thing I could works. But anything else, everything looks great. So what I did now, instead of having to cancel it and complete it, I actually did some reconfiguring. So instead of hold and release, I just keep it as released. Because it started does work over here, and then the trigger point can't behave a release button. So therefore, no need for these two to cancel completed. But the only thing, if you're doing it in the middle of a fight, then it would prevent you to. Not unless if I create a little boolean says else if that goes and stuff. But this does work functionally now, so how I wanted. Because I removed the ongoing and put it in the started area. So that cleared up a bunch of clarifications here. Oh, we'll get the VFX soon today. It just at some point I did really want to tweak this one. Because it was slightly off with the camera. Distinguishing. I could always say it's reset combo attack every time when it started. But then every time when you re-trigger it, it's gonna check for that. So what I could do, I mean, I would have to do another else if here, but I can do. Still would need a branch here. But if I ever lumped these two together, it's greater. But then it wouldn't offset the camera here. So I still have to have it solely over here. So the condition is combo and counter. Well, I'm glad I'm pretty much done with the animations, so everything should be fine from that point on. So now we'll just get into the aesthetics. I think I need to also do a little bit timing on the how the animation blueprints transitions. Everything transitions fine, but you can tweak it to like a sine wave or have it exponent or that. But that's like super minimal stuff. Now, I know that I can say something over here to reset it. Oh, I see. Only going up from there, pretty much. Greater than. Let's say greater than 0. No, if I do greater than or equal to 1, it's going to behave the same thing as this because you're saying that if it's higher than 0, then you can reset it. Reset. Sure, reset attack combo. If false, then play this. But also, just go to over here now. Oh, also some updates I'm thinking about for a different game that I can do on my own. So I remember mentioning talking about using Godot. So now I'm kind of changing my mind to go back to Unreal 5 because I kind of figure out an idea and a way to keep it more still RPG 3D like, but then I could use like some sort of like chibi art style for like a different game that I was thinking about. But it's much more like you can still control like your own player, but then you have a selection of group of characters that fit your co-friend's AI and then versus other AI stuff. But instead of doing a turntable, I could do it like somewhat of a mixture of Pokemon Mystery Dungeon, but there's no turn weight limit. So you can still roam around like it, almost like it's Zelda that you fight, but then you still have to like attack like certain areas. But it's something to think about. Maybe a mixture of some of that. But I have something in my notes for that. Yeah, that would be an extra con. Yeah, for sure. But so, because as long as if I need to create a pipeline something quick like that, I would need to like to create like a preset low poly chibi model. Then I would have to just like edit it and just keep the rigs similar. Therefore, I'll have less time to focus on too much like animations because it will be like more simple movement and stuff. And it would be easier on me because since I already am familiar with Unreal Engine for like 4 years, I wouldn't have to figure out Godot that bad, and then I could just like still work on Unreal. And it wouldn't be that bad after all because it'll just load much more smaller stylized stuff, but it won't go to low poly, so I won't allow to that level of art style, but still like very stylized, but more the shape language is like downsides to cute. And then I can still use my 2D illustrations to have like any like comments or moments like in all usual RPGs. But at least you don't have to like whenever you do adventure and comboing, it's like the mixture of you know how you just like go around and just like talk to people, but you can also dynamically also find enemies to attack and stuff like that. And it'll just spawn like randomly around the places. But I think that's like somewhat Zelda and Pokemon Mr. Dungeon-ish. But it removes the whole turn weight system completely, but it's still an RPG like because you still got to move around and stuff. Because there'd be no way that in my mind going, there's no way that the AI nor you could have a defense option, but other than to evade to run around. But you can also get hit. And then all it is just simple animations attack. Because you got like one with like you get a player customization with like one basic melee attack where you can spam a lot without any penalty, and then have a secondary with a right click, and then you can have 4 different move sets. But every time you level up your characters, you have to choose which moveset to forget, like Pokemon, and then you change it over there. Because I'm thinking about next projects I want to do after this one. Because this was more like a portfolio Finn had back for like almost more than a year and a half. Because I wasn't sure how like the world was going in America. But since now I'm starting to see more things where actually games are heading directly towards to, so I may make a decision to actually try to go for the indie side because I was much more like kind of like in conflict what's going on because I want to see how it plays out. But I still want to do like the other idea for Metal Gear Souls, but I would still say in my opinion would still require like some people to level to help because the kind of detail I wanted in there is much more like a focus on one character, but still has much more like a third person combat with actually the 3D art style and stuff. So that's going to be like a little bit more expensive. But the other idea I had, I want to have like something more doable, but more storytelling game. That's much more achievable. So I think I could do that one mostly on my own. So in case if the other project takes a little longer to take, then I have at least something else as a backup. And then I did have another a different indie game idea, but it was much more like a simulator, like a different type of job simulator. But it won't be like one of those uh like Gary's mod feel realistic things, so it'll actually have a style to it, and then have a little bit of lore. But I was thinking about having like one of those like job simulators to have like almost like a FNAF kind of mechanic going on, because so then things can like speed up, and then it's not all about just like looting and grinding. But you got like a 5 to 7 day cycle, then pretty much you survive the game, and probably won't be like any difficulty because it'll just like raise the difficulty each time you complete. So like for example, if I think one of them was like if you ever do like a local running to a local print shop and you're dealing with customers. So that's what's one thing I had thought about. I mean, the only thing I have to worry about for if I'm doing 100% on my own with certain games I can achieve, I would have to think about, in my opinion, the challenge would be the sound design and the sound choreography, because it's either that I could try to figure out certain things that I can. Well, basically, I want to do more than 50% humanly on my own. But if I need certain tools to help the workflow, I would have to figure out what kind of software I need for that. I like simple abstract looking games from war. Yeah. But the only thing for that other game idea for like the RPG something that I just had in mind, I would definitely need to create a lot more characters, which is not a problem. Because I do want to use the at least a couple or a few other characters that I had in mind back in middle school, but most of them is probably gonna have to be 100%. Most likely 100%, like probably 80 to 90%. But I can still build a story around it. Because the type of idea I kind of have like there's other like when you start a new game, you can either stick to like choose you can choose one of the story paths you want to choose. If you choose like the mortal path, then you basically you get to play and unlock and level up mortal characters. But there's like a side story lore that requires like ancient creatures to assist you in the game. Then it's considered as like a temporary partner, but you can't really play as him unless you choose the ancient creature lore section, which you can have more access to that story instead. And then yeah, we still have like a difficulty stage for that too. The only difference about the mortals and ancient creatures is that if you choose the mortal route, then pretty much the you're looking for more like a challenge to when you're fighting in combat for sakes, because even though your characters can level up, the difference in the power scale that you'll take damage is that basically if you choose the more of the ancient creature side, you're getting more of a look more of a Dragon Ball Z kind of thing aesthetics, but if you're more like going the mortal side things, then you're pretty much still gonna have some fight and combats, but it's not gonna be like Avengers level threat or anything. But that this is just like the idea I kind of had. But they still interact. But then I think I'll have like probably some ways that you can probably alter the story too as well. Well, it has to do with like a lot of punitive learning from the things you remember to past, but it shouldn't be a problem to try to break that. Okay, what was I doing? Oh yeah, I was just moving this little thing. Okay. Yeah, because I was kind of looking for inspiration how I was gonna handle the art style, because it is true that you can do much more faster things in 2D, but there's kind of a way, since I'm already familiar with 3D. Uh, like if because I did look over some of the newer recent Nintendo games that was out, and then I did saw some of the art styles that kind of like felt like okay, so that seems like a little bit more tangible or something. Because the only thing issues about like 3D itself is there's no limits how you can like appeal to the art style itself, but the art style itself can get overcomplicate itself to the point that it's likely possible that you can get lost in the sauce for that. But then if when you create a tangible art style, a lot of people think that, of course, if you do low poly or just do I don't care about art style, then yeah, pretty much it's not going to be the weight of that game, and you can still make a good game. It's just if you like the art style a lot in your game, because you just would like or want an art style for that game. You just got to be careful how you're overscoping it. Because a lot of people by default, if they can't figure out how to scope the art, and if they still want to do 3D and not go to the 2D route, then they just don't mind if the art style is shitty, and then make a great game. Which, that doesn't mind me either way, because as long as the game is fun, then pretty much art style is like not really the priority. But then I kind of like a little bit of the art style, so I need to like find like a cheap balance that doesn't resort to the usual low poly stuff, because that's just overused a lot. Oh. Let's see. I gotta move some of this stuff here. That's what's throwing me off. Here. Because this should be up now. Right here. And then this can be either way. This will be triggered either way. It's just it's gonna check everything. If someone wants to do it in the middle of stuff, and then if it's false, go over here still. And then we'll see if it works or not. Okay, so you can still shoot over here. No. Okay. So you still have to wait until this process is done. Then you can do that. Because I was curious, if you're in the middle of this, then what if you want to fire it? Because you can still go up here then pause it, and then you get this kind of moment. So maybe Because you would have to tell this thing to switch to the other thing. And if that's the case, I'll probably have to check. No, not this one. It should be in my animation board. Oh, there we go. Let me just file save all. I don't trust the animation blueprints in 5.4 fashion a lot. It can happen. So all this is fine. It's just when you're telling this to do that. Because I think the only issue to get to this over here, if the aim attack is connected to the ground combo and the air combo too, and then it'll tell it to cancel that to get to there. That's the only thing. So we're just gonna have to make that adjustment. So when it breaks it, it goes over here. So I think that's the only issue to cause that. So because since we have like a lot of animation states, I'm just reworking to see how we get this going. So this will be his attack here. Because if I'm correct, well, we can leave that open. It's not going to do anything. If I'm correct, because when you attack over here, you can break through over here and then switch over here without any issues. Because all this is in one ground animation combo, so it doesn't need any animation states connected because it's a normal that ground attacks on one. So you can break through and do that and interrupt it, so it's no biggie. I just need to recreate that effect, but in a different way. But you can see why, regardless how stylized your the game is, or no matter the scope of your, even it's stylized or not, or realistic, an art style can potentially delay things and make things longer. It does cause certain optimization issues too if you're doing it, the more detailed you get. But since it's just more like a learning thing for me, just to have fun with this one, then it's fun. I would say so far, I think we're pretty much 85% done with this, and then we'll just call it done. Where did I put this over here? So the air combo does it. Okay. So I would have to get the air combo. Yeah, this is her tail attack. Okay. So we'll go back over here. And once we're in mid-air. Yep, okay, okay. Wait. Do it again. So it does end of it. Oh, I see. Maybe. Okay, so if it's in the middle of it, then it does trigger, but it doesn't play the end to that stick. And it's probably because something around this conjunction over here. So if I temporarily just say, maybe I didn't mess with this one, and just skip right over here, and have it by default, I'll say, maybe we'll do it. Hello, love the the camera's zoom in thing. It makes it more cinematic. Oh, thank you. Yeah, that was all done in a timeline, so that's how the transition is going for that. So we're just doing a little debugging with this. That's all. So when that's in, then okay. So it does need the. Okay. It's probably just something's going on real quick. Oh. Okay. I mean, it would be really easier to tell if I actually put this in more in the ground combo, so I don't have to wait for the air attack to occur. Show and debug. Now we need to link the footstep movement with the ground. True. Because the only, I mean, everything else is working fine. It's just the only thing I'm trying to get to on the right click to interact is see if I can make the right mouse interrupt the whole regular attack process, and then they can use it. And then it will likely reset the combo for that. But everything else is fine. Because I did resolve the camera issue, so that's good. So we'll put this back in. Because I think it was going somewhere. Because if it was in the middle of the thing, then it should try to reset everything. So it doesn't get too confused. And then we'll focus. Maybe I should put an exponential out for that. But we'll look at that later. We'll adjust the animation curves transition. There we go. I swear, this whole thing's a web. But theoretically, after for a while, if I ever want to go back to do a new character this ever again, I would probably fuse the air combo and the ground combo animation stage together, and just create a certain Boolean code just to flip back and forth, just to save the critical webmask later. Because technically, I'm figuring out that not everything has to be in an animation state, in my opinion. But at least some are few, and then you can just pile it in here. Now I just gotta find. So move this thing over here so I can find this. There we go. Are you attacking, sir? Yes, I am. Let's see if we can make worth it. Okay, so for whatever reason, can't always interrupt the first attack, but if you try doing a little bit of that, because it wouldn't make sense that where it starts over here, then it'll let you go through this. So the way I have it here, because it does stop moving here, so it would be impossible to tell it over here. until this thing finished the trigger bolt away. Maybe I should. Makes sense. Okay, so it does help actually. I just want to see if it actually helps. It does. Hmm. The only way I could say is to tell the duration attack to end quicker. So then it would set up in the very. Because attack duration is being controlled over here. Then the only way to reset it. Because if the attack duration is set to 0, it would skip this delay and then go for this whole looping thing, and then it'll shoot up over here, and then when it's false, it'll check it, then it will reset that clock. And then for probably this one, we probably need to set something else. Okay, so attack first. But this is also controlled here, so this is constantly changing, so no matter what you do, even you press this will get 100% weighted. So this is fine when it goes up here because when you transition like that, it does tell the thing to send the 7 and it checks when it goes up here. now I'm just thinking that probably something if I have something holding to the right trigger, but it's not enacting in any way, shape, or form. Because I was hoping that once that process ended, and if it detects if it's the right trigger's being started or folded, then it will resort to the ring thing. So we don't have that weird pause. We don't actually need that. Now it's what we're hitting, which should be fine. Thing is, it does work over here, but then that animation won't play until that. So whenever it's descending, the animation just check that if it's true. So what's actually calling this? Here. This is moving fast and attacking over here. This does move and everything. Which, speaking of which, I wonder if the bone is still moving while this other animation is not in place here. No. That still moves, but only when this gets played. Because here's the thing, I think everything else is working. It's just some points when you do in between attacks, some point not all of it gets turned. So this is it, and then does. The longest this is in here, then the bone will move to the opposite. Here to load. Which way is this going over here? Up and a crash. like the current over here. But when it shoots out. Maybe a circular end. Okay. So now when we get to that's 2 seconds out of curiosity. There you go, you'll go really fast. So, string, yeah, pretty string. Here. And then a bunch of numbers are going to appear off here. I want to actively play, so... Oh, yeah, I want to need a tick. Let's do that. Line that. Play as a tick. Here. And then we're good. Ticks. So it does launch. So I could always pause this.
Humans, what have you learned?
Well then, I don't need a branch in here. But I need to put a branch at some point to tell the attack person to stop. And that'll be here. Because it's going to perform attack when it's over here. So either I could put the perform attack or branch over here, or I can put it in the middle of here so that it checks. Because either way, it's going to check it. If I put a newer branch here to tell it, say, hey, character, but I still wanted to launch here, but then I have to pause here. So even if this was like while going through over here, you say someone's middle attacking over here, and then this plays. If I put this over here and then pass through that, I mean it's still going to go through. And it's still in the middle. Because the whole thing is that this attack speed thing is going to go, and this is going to go. So if we ever control the duration of attack over there, just to get over there, just to reset it. Because I realize the duration's also controlling this too without telling you. Yeah, because it was over here. So if I tell this to reset, it's still going to listen to this no matter what. Because the goal is to tell this thing to end first before this can start playing. So we can't basically tell this to play if this is already playing. That's why also this is not playing. Because it's going to prioritize this. So the only way to get this to interrupt this, we tell this to immediately stop. Then it will play this. Because regarding over here, all this is working. There's nothing wrong with this. Because it doesn't need to go have a transition over here. Because if this stops playing, and if that stops playing, then they'll resort to here, and it awaits this to be already triggered. So if this is already holding the right stick to trigger that, and it goes over here. And if I ever want to go back over here to be reset, if animation's finishing that. Now I'm curious. I thought I had something over at descend. No, probably not. Or maybe I accidentally did it. The point is that. Oh yeah, no, it's fine. It'll go down to rolling because that's what it is. So yeah, it just has somewhere to go back to. Okay, we're good. So yeah, I think the only thing we need to do is that if I can figure out a way to tell duration attack to be controlled and set to 0, but while this is actively playing, because if this is actively playing and I tell this to say, hey, branch of this, and say, set this to 0 for duration, then it will work. Because this would be still listening to this. So if I take this away and set my nothing. Because this is dynamically going. So is the attack duration here. I say this is still vital. And I'll never be able to go there. Can I fucking... Alright, well, let's see what happens. But I highly doubt this will probably not work. Branch over here. Because anything that goes through here, this is not going to do anything. In theory. Yep. So the default state will be set to 1. So if the duration attack over here is 0 to begin with, I'll just skip this and I'll just do that. And the reason why you're not showing it's not showing the attack over here because it's connected to the attack duration, so the one will show up here with that. Except for this one. How did you make through? Oh, that's interesting. Well, that won't matter anyways. So this was set 0. So now all we need to do is flip the switch over here. So, because that means I won't need probably this anymore, so we can disconnect that for now, in case I want to go back to it. But still, I'll probably need to say something that if this is going to move and attack 0, and if it's true, then a Boolean statement, what to say if we want to create this one. Stop. Do I already have a Boolean? So then it checks for movement input to continue over here. Because if it's true, then it's reverse and stuff like that. So we can call this interrupt. Interrupted that. And then we can set this to false. So if it's not true, then it makes sense. But then if it lets go over here, which is over here, this is gonna attack it. So what we need to do is set to interrupt to untrue over here when we revoke. Set it to true. But let's see before I even go that far. I want to see if it actually does it. Oh, oops. As I thought. Okay. Yeah, because once the moment that thing is played, it's actively being played. So it already passed, so it's not going to tell it to recheck unless it's a tick. Because the person plays by default. So I would say this needs to still go, but this can be placed somewhere else. Let's just say that. In order for this to work, and if it's connected before thrusting occurs, then maybe this should be, because once it plays, this will play out no matter what. Here. Maybe I could... The thrust can probably still play out. However, this would probably be split. This interrupts it right here. Where would it interrupt where it doesn't halt everything? Hey bud, have a good July. I didn't blow your hands off. Freaking whiz kid. Yeah, I didn't blow my hands off. We're good. I still need them. This launch, wait. This is true. Removing the default. First, second, oh, I see. They don't play it. Okay. So, in order to interrupt this, it does attack this, but it has to stop the attack thrusting completely. But if I let that go, the character launch over here, then this is basically the main issue here. Because it does determine if it actually, if it's in the middle of the thing. Oh, wait. I got a light bulb. See this over here? I forgot there's a stop button. So if it stopped, then it stopped. And if it's true, then I would have to tell it to play from the start. Or continue playing. No, let's give it that shot. Let's give it a shot and see what happens. I need to stop this thing. We'll just hit the stop. Yeah. It's just there's so much things going on that the moment when you start debugging things, you're just looking at the little tiny nook and cranny of this. But everything else works fine. Because when you're handling complex things to interact, they can always complement each other. And I'd always like to go through the tick route because it just tells the machine to calculate more things than necessary, and it just blows everything. But if it's all in one here, and it does have this built in here, maybe we won't have that issue. Then we can set this as a sequence. I'm a wizard. Alright. And this will be helpful in the future when I'm setting up certain things when I want certain things to be thrown. Because what if that one person wants to attack with the bear? Then they can attack with the bear, but it also depends. Curiosity. Because I need you to still set this back to 1 here. I'll save. Because if it's false, yeah, it does nothing. But if it's true, all of a sudden. Oh, but then I need to hit the update section for it. So we need to bounce around here because it bounced around here. So, E. Because this thing always goes in update. So in order to update this, it has to hit the update. So it does track things if it's constantly checking. Go over here still. Still do many things. Okay, no. Or is it actually plugged in? Okay, so it is intro. Okay. So, let's see. What if this is on by default? Would it actually stop it? Okay, so no. Because this controls the player over here. Or what if it's the first one? I just need to see if it actually works. Okay, never mind. It just creates a loop. It's probably because this is actually playing. So if I decided to stop here. Nothing going on here. Unless it does theoretically stop it, and I didn't add anything else to it. Let's go back. Because this is actively touching things in that, so this is interrupt attack. So it is probably stopping it, but it's not moving anywhere else. I haven't thought about that yet. Oh, so it is stopping it. Okay, yeah, I was right. It was stopping it. Okay, so it is stopped. It is already stopped before it was stopped. Now the question is... Okay. Import them over here. File saved. So this is true. So by default it's false, so it shouldn't do anything. Weird. Oh. That's why. I have this all update on here, so that's why I disconnected the whole thing. The more you add stuff, the more you can get it. Oh, that's why. Okay. I swear, there's a bunch of memes about coding. Okay, yeah, it does stop. Okay. So that's a sign for something early. It's a sign. Okay, so if it stops, then it should not only update this, which it would. Then, if it's no longer interrupting, then it should play back. Because if it stopped, then I'll move this down over here so it doesn't look so wrong. I'm just gonna shoot over here. Stop and stop. The question is, it's gonna play it or is it gonna go? Because once it's triggered, which is the fire heater, you have it be interrupt thing. Continue. Okay, so gone. But if it's released, then pause. So. Because once it hits shrews over here, and then the movement input should check. Updated. Camera aim perspective. Those are true and it is. Stops at 75 for whatever reason. See what happens here. Oh, okay. Maybe I know something's going on here now. Whatever stopped for a reason for 75. Oh wait, what? How is he gonna do it again? I want to stop here. So there's at some point you can stop it. But, False don't do anything. Yeah, so we can leave this alone actually. And then if it interrupts it here. And then set duration to 0. So therefore it will proceed forward here. So this gets completely ignored. Unless we do delay. See what happens. So, it's getting there. It's getting there. But we want to play from the start. Because if it plays to resume, then... Probably get reverse. I was wondering, I had no sound in my earbud. It was out of my ear the whole time. Oh my god. Yeah, I'm just solving new things here every now and then. But wait, start. So for whatever reason, you can still play like this, and then the only thing that's not triggering it is that whenever you try to trigger this in the air thrust, but you can't hit that as a right trigger. Oh wait, hold on. We don't. Maybe we do not need that. I do remember recalling something I had right trigger is interacting. I know I had something like that. Yeah, input allowed by RM. Because if I haven't recalled event graph over here. Oh, wait. We don't need the interrupt attack anymore. Because there's a Boolean. I knew I had a Boolean already in place for that. Because if RM attack is pressed, then it should just like stop it. Or just get it. Yeah. Because we'll try to set it over here. Let's see. Let's see what happens. And then we can just put it here. Okay, so it does stop it. However, when it goes over here, try to update those. Here. I know that's probably going to be a little bit weird here, but I'm just going to shoot for the stars for this one. Duration tax being controlled. So constantly just hit these up. Oh, yep. Okay, that was unexpected. So it does pass through to here to get to here. So, I'm curious if this is finished. If this is ever finished. Okay, then it gets set to 0, regardless of what you do. I love that run animation. Yeah. Because when I hit the duration tack to 0, what it does, it just basically skip that second and it'll just go straight to running. Yeah, because the way it is, I have like a slope that goes to the running thing in a movement, so whatever speed is going on, then automatically running will look like it's being shown. But here's the thing: if this press is true, then this should set the duration attack to 0 regardless. But this has to be after the attack over here, because it's gonna keep telling the thing to go, go, go. Alright, so if I remove this and then still set this to duration to 0. Because out of curiosity, if the condition's forced to believe to be true, well, okay, so it does work. And escape. So it does work. It's just that it needs condition to be detected. A better one. Itself. Because all it is going to do, based on over here, when anything that happens, here, starts off. The branch is true over here, if it's false. Yeah, if it's true, then it says this is pressed. So when it starts, file, save. Well, we're getting somewhere. Okay. So it stops that. Okay, so that's not working. We're getting close. See how debug can be taken just to create, just to fix a simple thing. Because I'm just trying to make it a little bit polishy if we can have it like interrupted in the middle of it if I wanted to. But the thing is, once things start activating, you're trying to activate stuff like simultaneously, you have to stop something in order to do that. So what I'm figuring out is that in order for this to interrupt everything, I have to find the duration over here if that's causing it to the other input not to trigger too early. So if I can figure out a way to control the duration attack to like set to 0, which skips the retriggable delay, and then it'll just shut everything down when this plays, and then it'll just straight up just do this. So I'm on the right track for putting this as RM and it's not pressed up here, so it does stop. This does not need any further tweaking because once it's like released over here, then I think it'll play. So maybe. So we'll leave this in. I just gotta analyze what's going on here because sometimes when it plays. Okay, so this only stops if this is... Okay. Do it again. Okay, so if this is playing still, then it won't let you stop it until... Oh. Cool, an Unreal project. Yes! I'm working on stuff. I'm just playing with a little debug that I'm doing here. Because everything else is fine, it's just that I do want the RM aiming thing to just interrupt this. So the only way is just trying to tell this to control this while the thrusting in the middle is being stopped. But hello, little bro, everything. How's it going? do Unreal stuff here. But recently I just got done with like doing enough animations on this, and now I'm just messing with the code. Which, in fact, in case if I ever do something drastic here, I always have a backup of this, and I think, yeah, a couple days ago I backed up this, so, and I haven't worked on it since a couple days, so anything that happens over here that I ended up somehow breaking, I'm not worried about it. I can just reload my last saved version of this, so we're all good here. But the funniest thing about this one, this only works when it presses rears to stop it. Yeah, so don't worry about it if something happens. Because I got like a whole log here. Yeah, it's right here. So this is the one right here. So we'll be fine. So 3 mistakes. So first. But what's interesting is that when this hits over here, I'm gonna go back. Here. Because I was hoping that this would update fast enough. We get it here. Maybe, what if I have a delay? So I don't think that's the reason here, so no reason to delay here. Something one has to do when it checks their movement. Oh, I see. When the movement inputs the state. No. What if I just, yeah. What if we don't? What if we don't need the movement? Oh wait, we still need the movement input in for something. Because we need that to play. What if we just don't need the movement input for this? I'm just saying that probably don't need this at all. So that this can go through. Because when this is playing over here, but I see it's requesting this to be over here to get to the camera. So the camera should go through first before it calls this. Because if we're asking for this to be like not pause for any movement inputs up here until when it gets over here, it's possible that we don't need a movement input at the starting position. And then it doesn't really trigger it. Okay. Alright, what if it's just had this by default? Because it's missing the doors. So that's progressive and it's not. Well, then it waits for this to activate something. Done. Unless we have it like this. It does seek some activation. Then also, this conflict with this in reverse if it's not being triggered. Or I could say and movement input. But then it will be confusing if the movement input is. Or say movement input boolean on. So not boolean. I'll say so this. It'll probably not work, but we'll see. Okay, so it does stop it, but the only way for this to continue if it's rusted. Because the only way that can continue is the rust command is triggered. Oh, hi, what you doing? Oh, I am playing around with debugging around on the rail because I wanted this to kind of like interrupt with this a little bit. So I'm just looking around when I'm just sitting here. But everything well works fine, it's just I'm just being a little nitpicky. I want to go away and stop that, then... But then this will only continue. Or I could just have something for conjunction here. Ah, okay, that's what I can do. I'm gonna say the bull is not here, and then this will still play. So then this will go into so we need still okay. Say 4. Oh, wait. It's not 4, it's and. Used. Save. Alright, still goes. Okay, still goes. Alrighty. Update. Rest. movement input, which is so movement. Oh, almost. You can see it kind of go there a little bit, and then just shut the south down. So that key action there completed. So something over here I could do here. That and then that here and then. here. So if perform attack is true, so if perform attacks is true, so set input allowed RM would trigger not this to go on. File save. Okay, sign. That is a sign. Okay. So we have that interrupting, which is good. So now the only thing we need to do is tell this thing that if this is pressed, ring, don't do anything and just don't. Because this is constantly giving it a cue. So, let's see, play. Ah, still interrupts it. Okay. No interested in tracking this down anymore. I think I needed like a print trigger here. Say it's true. Save. Hello. Okay. So this is still going through. Oh, I see. That's why. It needs to be false. Ooh, wait. Yes. Okay, do it again. Okay, so it does work in a way. Yeah. Ooh. All right, I gotcha. Okay, we're getting closer. So now. Alright. Okay. Is oh shit, that's but here's the thing. That continues over here. Hmm. Movement. Oh. Did Unreal froze? Yeah, Unreal froze. Uh-oh. Alrighty, and we'll just move this out of the equation here. Oh. here, over here. Good. So, enemies.
Humans, what have you learned? I was programmed to beat you.
duration.
The same mistakes.
equal. Gives me an idea. Tune this up a bit. Hello, am I disturbing you? Oh, no, you're not. I'm just debugging some things, that's all. But, how's it going? I'm totally not being disturbed. What are you working on? Oh, I'm working on some, like, blueprints and stuff. Most likely just to get everything in order. So I just found like some minor, like slight things about the RM shooting. So I'm just having it interacting with other mechanics over there that I have in place, because you can't have all of them shooting all at once, and so you have to like have something to interrupt it to stop something to let the other pass. So just something like that. So it's doing some minor tweaks. It's going pretty good. How about you? Oh, doing great. I had some time to go outside and walk around the park. So I feel great for doing that. It's a lot of like meditation off my head. Yeah, and I met some people and stuff, so that was good. That's better about you. They got blueprints. I know, right? You mess with stuff. Yeah. So, how long have you been working on this? Just say for a while, just to basically to have like a little portfolio, skill portfolio, just to add for my belt, just to say, hey, not only I can sculpt, I can just basically create a character that moves and walks and runs and do stuff the same. So I just got finished with my animations 4 days ago, so like completely, since I made like, well, it did took a while. It took like I made like probably 30 or 35 animations out of them, but they took some time. But for my next project, I'm probably going to do something a little more lightweight. Oh, you use Blender too? Oh, yes, sir, I do. And I also do 2D art stuff, so. And if you want to feel like to check out my social media, it's under that link too. Look for Nathan Nardi on social links. Cool stuff, man. Thank you. Thank you. Very appreciated. Yeah, just ever since I graduated for a year and for college for gaming development, a lot of things changed. So, like in a year flash, I'm like, alrighty. And then I been planning like other stuff to do, like some indie ideas too as well. But I didn't want this to like the opportunity to learn how to do a little bit more of this to go to not go to waste. If I wanted to do like some kind of like character interactions. How long have you learned this for? Well, since I was hopping around being a generalist a lot, let's just say if I were to break this down, if you want to count for overall my college years, which is basically 4.5 years, which is basically last year of when I graduated in 2024, I would say bad amount of years, but not. But the reality is dedicated to Unreal is probably if we cut out the ZBrush part, the Maya part, and learning other things about other skills of gaming development. I would say 2.5 years in Unreal. If you want to split like the amount of like active time, because the other classes I had to do was 3D stuff and modeling and and other things, which gives you less time to explore around stuff in Unreal. But the animation stuff, I started learning that in December 2024. But I learned how to clean up my. I mean, I did start doing Blender rigging back in 2023, but I didn't like polish it until like 2024, and then I started to use Pose Library to use animation stuff like that. So yeah, you're always still learning no matter what you do. But I'd say it's a good thing now. I'm just like diving even deeper with Unreal, because with at longest I keep the scope good. Like for like in the next future project, because this scope is just only just for portfolio reasons, and so typically it's not a game, but more like a practice run for me. But if I ever want to make a game, I would obviously scope something down very much more simpler if I was doing 100% indie. Also, why Unreal? Well, I've been sticking with Unreal since like college, but I do have other opportunities. If I wanted to learn Godot, I could. I still have it installed, but I haven't touched that yet. But I was debating around with one of my other games if it was either going to be on Godot or Unreal. But then I did felt some ideas where I can use the 3D art style still, but keep it still. I mean, not the art style to like to the point it's low poly, but easy enough to model to make it look like still like a cute style. Wait. Nice streaming guy. I actually love this game, and I really want to support and offer you free tips to grow your channel. Add me on Discord and Plus. Or is it banned for botting Junior's link by? Wait. Ooh, what? Discord. Okay, I'm a little confused. So, why is bot banned for botting this? I don't know what's this. I'm trying to figure it out, so I'm just reading and processing this. So I'm gonna reread this again. Nice streaming guy. Okay, streaming guy. Streaming guy. Now, whoever says streaming guy, it's either the person's English as second language, or the dude is actually an AI prompt and it's actually a scam. Nice streaming guy. Okay. Is that a face detecting camera? Oh yeah, it is. You can move it back and forth and stuff. Got cool stuff though. Thank you. I actually love this game and I really want to put 3 tips on that. Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm very cautious with. I mean, I do use Discord. I'm very cautious to certain things on Discord that I do not touch, which is why I have my settings to be super strict to whoever can contact me on Discord, just to filter out all the scam. So if I don't actually know you, or I'm just being picky, I'm not going to add anyone on Discord, because I don't want get any like weird shit. So, as a matter of fact, 2 of my friends got their Discords hacked. So that's why I don't even bother with that far with Discord. I'm in my safe zone, but I absolutely know people locally to join Discord. My local area, but not some random internet stuff. Because when I watch some stuff on safety measures, yes. Because when I watch some stuff on YouTube about the dangers for Discord for meeting online people so easily in that area, you can easily fall for something like a certain Discord where they somehow use your account to basically phish you and then take over your computer and do some insane shit. So, no. Because all it is if you join their Discord, and if that Discord is modded, then all they need is to just take a look inside of your information, and that's it. So I ain't risking that. Oh, thank you, Nom Nom. Much appreciated. I like you, man. Keep working. Thank you. So I was just practicing a little debugging because I was like, okay, I want this to interrupt that, which it is working. So. But however, it took me like 3 hours to figure it out because I had to go through reread everything. And I'm using a lot of custom events.
Humans, what have you learned?
So, that's troubleshooting. You got to do to trouble. Yes, indeed. I am washed, to be honest. Yeah. So, I'm just gonna split this as an else if here. So, I just want to do like a. Well, in case if a player wants to hold well, if I show you it in its original form first, I don't mind rewinding this, just to explain my opinion. Alright. So if I ever wanted to do this, and then it, well, hold on. Did I wind too far? I think I did. Yeah, I think I rewind too far. Oops. Well.
The same
There.
mistake.
Okay, there we go. Never mind. So you can still fire like this. However, when you do fire like this and then pull the right trigger at the same, while it's playing, and then you decide to let go, then the player will stop moving for a moment or two. So I'm just a bit nitpicky on that. So in case if someone decides to hold it and then have that delay hit in for the next few seconds, that would be great. What's the ice? Yeah. Down. Okay, so petition. Sure, we can still play this. However, it's false, which is obviously a retriggable delay, and then we just have to play as it. But wait, hold on. No, wait. What am I doing? I know we have to still create this, but if the movement input's disabled, then it will just go. Because if it's in the middle, oh wait, but we still need to do this, so it just needs some time too. That's only if it's triggered. So yeah, it makes sense. I just need to see how long this trigger will take if someone decides to press this. Let's just give it like 1 second. This is just out of curiosity. Okay, so no, not really. I think I see what I created. Yeah, I think I confused the real shit out of it. That's not gonna happen then. Nope, that was a thought. But oh well. I'm just being a little nitpicky. It's so annoying when you did every bind and the code still runs as it should. Oh yeah, it does happen. And you also got to make sure that while at the same time you're optimizing it. Otherwise, too many overloading stuff that's repeatable can also slow the damn thing down. Yeah, once it's up and writing. True. That is so true. At least you can interrupt it. Now for the middle click, I don't have that available for like interruption that much. Like, when you only go to the end. So I had it for like this much more as like an upper kick, but there'll be some VFX stuff eventually. Because I give this a 0.5 second delay, so whenever it needs to switch to the other statement, it has time to think before the dynamic duration changes. Because the way I have this over here is that what it does rewards is that the more that you spam, the faster you get, but the longest time you don't like attack or spam or anything, then the duration will just increase for the long how long until you have to wait for your next attack. It looks smooth. True. So like say for example, if I choose to spam this or this, let's see if we can get up to like the highest, which is basically 3.5 seconds. The animation will eventually increase. Then yeah, you'll start getting very insanely faster. Same thing with the shooting animation too. The transition is important, I guess, like jumping after a slide or something. After the jump once you drop. True. But the transition can also, like, every once in a while, can be a little weird when you're trying to do, like, a circle flip or something. He goes, oh yeah, forgot. Forgot that you can dash. I forgot I programmed a dash button. And then, yeah, if you stop near 4, then she'll do her upper flip thing. But speaking of which, if she's dashing... Okay, Yeah, that can still be played. That's good. Alright. Because basically, alright, yeah, seems chilling. Yeah, but every once in a while the animation will have a certain hiccup, but it is. I don't mind watching. Oh yeah. After for a while, once you have so many animations inputted in here, it just feels so cool. But now, if you're extremely working on so much on that one character to do many things, then I'm sure you're gonna have like a whole Dante and Virgil moveset. And I'm sure you could do like many things with it because he has too much animations or something like that. That's like way a lot more complex. Is that just the movement graph? Oh, for this one is basically the animation states where each state that you create, you can tell it to certain things to move. However, it doesn't have to be like that simple over here. If you like have a nice idle, you can, but you can go complex if you want. I mean, the ground combo is based on all this, which you can just lead up to that point. That's just one way, and then the aim attack, however, it's most likely it starts with this animation, but if you let go, then it'll blend in and take that animation. So I don't have to use two animation states, and then they can both share the whole system here. But overall, after doing this for a while, I realized there's maybe certain things that I could have just like combined these two together if I wanted to give it a whirl for optimization. But in practice sake, I think I did learn a lot to get to this point here. So. I mean, the only thing is that the more states you have, the more webs you have to look out. So it's always better off to keep like a certain amount of animation states and just let one state basically handle most of it. Yeah, I know your system specs. Do you mean my Windows thing? So, okay, so the specs. I would give my, it's an Intel, but it's the 12th generation. And it's i7, it's like an i7. And it's an NVIDIA driver. And it's a 30 series 60s. I mean, I got this computer like 2 years ago, so the other one I had was back in 2015, where I used to game a lot on that. You know, it was on the 9060 M, and it was a laptop, so. But this one's a desktop, so we're fine. And I was surviving on like HDD drive since then until 2022. Desktop's way better. Yeah, in terms of cooling, yes. Because you're gonna need it for games. Damn, had been rough. Oh yeah. And the only time I did upgrade my laptop to the SSD slot, because it was because since it was a 2015 Asus model, which back then when Asus was good, They did allow you to upgrade things, but I didn't bother upgrading it until like later down the road just to add an SSD. So now I just use it my laptop just to. I still use it for gaming, but I connect it to the TV downstairs so I can still get like a home theater experience. And then if I do want to play stuff on the cloud on the phone, I did use GeForce Now, but I just prefer keeping my desktop much more like more art studio based, so I don't have to get distracted through other games. Because when I'm just thinking, yeah, my workstation, yes. In short answer, workstation, yes. Yes, the workstation. Although, when I was in college, I did got a chance to use one of the college had basically over 100 plus RTX 3090 computers. So, well, no, 3080. My bad, 3080. So that was like an interesting experience I when I tried it intentionally to uh, overwork it a lot when I had like several substance painters open at one point. I no, yeah. If the college I was mentioning is SCAD, so if you look up SCAD, they do interact. They have well, they recently changed up the major. They split interactive design and gaming development into two majors. But back then, when I was taking it in 2020, it was interactive design and gaming development. So technically, I do know some things about interactive design, but the main concentration was gaming development. And interactive design can be very useful when you're designing UI stuff, as the fundamentals per se. But the only reason why they split those two, it's because that the gaming development was more in demand over the interactive design. Because when everyone went to interactive design and gaming development, most of the clubs were just like 90% of it was tarnished by game development students, leaving to only a small fraction of people who concentrated to interactive design. But it was still a thing. More chances for you, of course. Yeah, go ahead. Here's so I did like how that was. And I have it here. So I'm just looking at my curves. I know one of them had. Oh, I never knew what the. How does it look like when it lands? If I do this over here. Oh, that. Oh, land. Okay. She just like stands up. Don't. You don't want to play around too much with some of the curves. Just got to figure out which one's better. So let me punch like this. The only having this exponential was exponent, or have it quickly, which is basically in midair. Because it would take a little too long to get there. Let me just see if I can launch her a bit higher. Oh wait. Okay, it's not that bad. So, is there also a difficulty paradigm after this the game is working? I mean, so in terms of other things, since this is much more, I'll probably set it up as a presentation for her her animation move slots and stuff like that. I do want to. I think the next time when I go back on, well, whenever I come back to this, I do want to start doing some VFX stuff. But I added like a little bit over here as a test over here a while back, but I did had others in mind. But some of it was in Clip Studio. But if you're talking about in terms like as like trying to put an AI just to test and see fight and stuff like that. I think I won't go that far into that project because I wanted to keep it to mostly more like about if the character is sculpted in this fidelity, and then it can basically potentially be this much effort to it, then it's possible as a portfolio perspective it can also be sculpted well in terms of game design. But I did play. But I did remember I did play around AI back in 2023 when it was I had it for like a one certain project that I had to do with some character with a basically a can head, but it has like it basically was a walking can head cartoon. But then there was other Gromgols that you have to go work around just to attack and stuff. And there was this other thing that I was well basically I stopped working on that other there's another project that I stopped, but it was with a different people. That's when I was just playing around with AI, I did manage to create the ability to have the AI to track certain noises where it just finds stuff. So almost like horror game stuff. But I moved on to like a different project because I had like other things that I wanted to be done. I just didn't have the time to complete the other one, but it was interesting when programming that. But for me getting back into like the doing the adding AI bots or something like that, just to have like a practice target. I think I'll reserve that when I feel fine to get started on building in one of the indie games I've been idea with. Other than this, I felt this is like much more of a learning curve for me to understand game animations. Because most of the time when I was in college, it was either I use what's this other app here? I use Actor Core Acrorig or Mixamo, and then I just assemble it from there. And then when it came to like if you want to build like a super complex game mechanic that like for example like this one I'm kind of like building up a complex attack combo thing. It was not recommended to do during a 10-week course because that would take a long time. So what we had to do is basically create simple mechanics just enough to just get the project done to get to like a certain valid point how to understand how to use Unreal. So, and I figured like, well, I guess when I graduate college and if the world's still shitting itself through layoffs and stuff like that, and I say, you know what? I'm gonna try something that I never got a chance to because every single damn deadline was under a 10 weeks project, which is basically, in my opinion, from a creative perspective, it is enough just to test yourself to like as like a game jam format to see if you get stuff done and show some, whatever the recruiters. But I kind of like now these days I'm kind of like straying away from listening to what bigger companies want and more focusing on what do I actually want. and and I did recall that there's more than just gaming development that I did like about the whole art concept of art and creativity. I also kind of dabbled into comics when I was a kid, and I did also find interested in animation, but I never really practiced it until December because I always wanted to make something alive that I feel that genuinely passionate about, and I really wanted to tackle down game animation. So one way I could do it was basically create a small prototype of how would fighting mechanics would work in basic movements and stuff, and I'll say, okay, then I'll be good enough. And then after that, I can take this knowledge and probably use a little bit some of the code. But probably if I'm making like a new game, it's much more easy to simplify from scratch. But I think the creativity of the when I figure out to do combo attacks manually would be much helpful to use if I was making an RPG game. The problem with me is that I am more analytical, so mechanics and physical words would be easy. But I'm not on the creative side. I see. To me, I'm more of a generalist, but if I have to choose, I would choose more of the art side than mechanics. But I don't mind playing around with technical stuff because I do like to see things work to my favor. The jack of all, yeah, of course. But I did try it at one point, to see if I could pivot myself to just 3D characters and just 2D concept art. But then, after 2024, then walking into the real world, I'm like, okay. And if everyone's gonna complain about like touching that your resume isn't like specialist enough or stuff like that. Meanwhile, one of my other professors actually encouraged being a generalist, is because it does give you more market opportunity to do many things. But the pros about being a generalist is that you get to learn a lot of things, and you do have a high advantage points in terms of if you ever want to make an indie game, but you have to remain scopable, of course. But the only major cons is that no big company is going to look for generalists truly, because they're too kind of like already pivoting themselves to what they see in the resume and the middle management shit. But I do see like a lot of people gotten laid off, including the middle management stuff. But still, I may want to see what would happen next later. Probably a few years down the line, if I want to reconsider hopping back into that kind of world if I wanted to or not. But at the moment, I think I want to try like other things too. Especially that I'm also working on a comic book script too as well. Yeah, everything's fucked up with the market, but it's just a joke. Yeah, everything's all screwed, and I blame Senator Armstrong. Especially AAA. Oh yeah, for sure. Yeah, it's better to go off with the indie route for sure. But if I ever want to make another 3D sculpture, like something like this, I may come back to it every once in a while. But it was fun. But I do have in mind in the future, I do want to go back into something I did want to make a model out of, but I think it's somewhere on my workstation. Hi X, hi Twitter, hi. Let me go find my ArtStation real quick. Time's up. Oh yeah, yeah. My stream's supposed to end like 15 minutes ago, but hey, I'm having fun talking with people sometimes. Oh yeah, yeah. So Yeah, I think it was as early as 24. And when I was working on this, like, it was a 10-week student project. So I didn't have, I mean, since it's concept art, you don't have to really get away with being too much detail here if you want to or not. But I'm sure my art style drastically changed. So I've been doing a lot more 2D art lately. But yeah, I think at some point I want to go back and probably just model her at some point, but probably not right now. But at some point sooner, probably a year from now. So yeah, other things. I basically I have like a list of ideas, but I'm tackling certain things to prioritize. Because I do have two different indie games idea. One is much more like a a storytelling, but still kind of have a simulator feel. But it's much more like you work at Prince, but you deal with the pressure of every customer, but as a Five Nights at Freddy's level. But nothing jump scare or anything. There's no jump scares at all or anything. It's just the way how the mechanic is. It's just the pressure of the player to work harder and faster and think of quick strategies faster every day, like every day of your next day of shift. So at one point in the beginning, like for example, you work at print, but there's two people helping you, assisting you to do the print and do the orders. But maybe show it verbally. Yeah, that's true. I'm just reading from remember based on the notes. More story driven too. Well, as a side reward. And then there's this other one. I kind of have like a little RPG thing idea, but mixing like some Zelda and Pokemon Mystery Dungeon mechanics together. Yeah, like Life is Strange, pretty much. Alrighty, I think I'm gonna skedaddle. I think people are still firing off their fireworks in Georgia. It can get really smoky though. Like bad. Yeah. I'm gonna get some sleep though. I did a lot of things today before the stream, so give my brain a break. Alright, see you around, and don't forget to check out my Discord. It's in my social media here. Yeah, it's in the link, but if you ever want to chat or anything, feel free to check that out. Oh, wait, I would. Did 4 more people show up if Rubal's about to leave? Unless it's... Nah, I think they all quickly just popped in and then just left. Okay, okay. I thought it's like, oh no, okay, I gotta put up my talking mode. Guess I start talking again. Alright, see ya. I'm off. Bye.